little bit late. On this particular topic, actually, we just had a meeting with some of the media here in Taipei, and that explains a little bit of lateness here. But let's get started. I guess everything is ready, and I just need my clicker. Oh, okay. Thank you. So, good morning, everyone. Welcome, and thank you for joining us here in this session. This is to really talk about how internet policies actually are impacting the wildlife environment. What we're really talking about, I think, is an important part, and I forgot to introduce myself. Hello, hello everyone. This is Edmund Chung. I'm from Asia. I usually talk about domain names and internet governance in a very different aspect. But today we're talking about tigers, and we're talking about wildlife and how it affects, how it is impacted by the internet, really. Um, there are, and I think to start off with, it is really related in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. In internet governance, especially with the Global Internet Governance Forum, uh, many of the issues now looking at which, where it ties in with social development goals. My personal view is that, in fact, the internet is tightly integrated with many, or in fact, all of the social development goals, the SDGs. And for this particular topic, of course, to begin with, you tend to think that for tigers and wildlife, that the climate action, life below water, and number 15, life on land, those are the only sustainable development goals that is relevant to the tiger. But actually, that's not quite true. One of the important reasons or the motivations for poaching tigers is probably economical. The villages that are around the tiger landscapes, they play a big role in the sustainable development of tigers. And in terms of internet, that creates a relationship as well, because of the opportunity that the internet really brings, to provide e-learning, to provide e-commerce opportunities, to create new opportunities for the population and the economies around the tiger landscapes. So when we talk about just the um, when we talk about internet governance, it's really not just about the technical part of it. And when we think about it, it's of course built on technical, but also the legal, jurisdictional, economics, and social cultural aspects. And here, in terms of the SDGs, we see a very clear connection there. And to speak of that, in fact, the Internet Governance Forum itself and the SDGs, and the current SDGs are actually built on top. Both of them are built on top of the Millennium Development Goals, which started in 2000, which led to the WSIS. I think many of you understand that's the World Summit on Information Society, and then which led to the creation of the Internet Governance Forum itself. And late last year, the SDGs were passed in the United Nations, and that has become an integral part of the Internet Governance Forum discussions now. So, going back to one of the topics that we want to talk about, perhaps you know that tigers are becoming extinct. What you don't know, or may not be so familiar with, is how the internet is impacting them. What used to be back alley trades between um, the poacher and the buyer is now moved online, to social media sites, to e-commerce platforms, and illegal wildlife trade online is really encouraging poaching to be the number one threat to tigers these days. But even more interesting, how internet technologies or technology is impacting tigers, is that even for an eco aware tourist, when they go to the forest and they see a tiger or a rhino, they are so excited. They take a picture and they, of course, upload to Facebook, right? I mean, it's so exciting, but they forget that they geotagged the photo, and now the poachers have a perfect location for where to get get the tiger or the rhino or the wildlife. So, and in terms of just general background, there's a big drop in since about 100 years ago, from about 100,000 tigers to just a little bit more than 3,000 tigers, and number of tigers, number of species that become extinct in that period of time is also significant. The what is just to come back a little bit to what Dot Asia does and relate to it. Tiger is actually comes only from Asia, and it ties in very closely with Dot Asia's purview, and that's one of the reasons why we are starting to embark on this project. But today, 13 countries to still have wild tigers, and they were all, of course, within the Asia Pacific region, and it matches very well with the Dot Asia community. And with that, actually, as part of our program and our effort to pay attention to this, we're glad to introduce our newest staff member who was born from the Wi-Fi internet connection that we help support in Nepal. And this is the little guy that we're called Agitora, and is our newest staff member. I was hoping that he could join us briefly, but he seems to be too tired after his session this morning after his little sleep. But anyway, since this January, he has been appointed as an official TX2, which is a program in hopes to double the number of tigers in the wild as an ambassador, and he's been going to various conferences to promote the tiger conservation. And overall, there is a few areas that the Agitora program looks into. First of all is the technology side. We're working with WWF and these to put technology in the front line. The rangers that help protect the forests, they need technology too to combat the poachers, who are often more well equipped than the rangers themselves. So we're putting wireless technologies and communication technologies into the forest to help them. On the other hand, of course, awareness, and that's what Agitora does, to bring the awareness, especially to the younger crowd. And the reason why we're targeting the kindergarten and primary school is that often their parents are just beginning to consume tiger products, tiger bones, tiger skin, and all parts of the tiger, in fact. And that's part of the mission for Agitora as well. And one area, of course, the area that we want to talk about today is the policies. On one hand, we know that we want to catch those bad guys who are selling illegal tiger products or wildlife products online. But on the other hand, it's important to realize that it impacts the privacy, the freedom of expression, and many issues that surround monitoring anything really on the internet, from copyright to cyberbullying to illegal activities. Those are there in terms of how that could be done. So on, but at, so really, in one hand, maybe technology is hurting the environment and wildlife. On the other hand, it's also helping, and that's a very important part of it. From the technologies, software technologies, hardware technologies, camera traps, drones, different things. So in the last little while, Aji has been really starting to travel around to promote the initiative and to let more people know, and based really upon the Sustainable Development Goals, which what we think about green, we think about environment protection, but it's really beyond that, and that's what the sustainable development goals are really about. It When we talk about sustainable development, we usually used to talk about the three P's: the people, prosperity, and the SDGs. Actually, another P was added, peace and partnership, and that forms a very important part of uh, how the sustainable development can actually work with strong institution and an equitable society, without which the protection of the environment cannot happen globally. And that brings us back to the challenge, really. And when we talk about policies online, we're really talking about how monitoring, or how trying to catch the bad guys, and everything we love about the internet. And that's what AJI is about, and that's kind of what this session is about, is to start to embark on a journey about how the internet uh, can help the tigers and wildlife, but also more specifically how the policies will have an impact, and how the policies should be created. I'm gonna introduce a couple of guests to take a little bit further with their presentations, but we'll come back to three key questions. What are the current mechanisms that actually the conservation agencies are using to take down websites or to track the illegal activity online? It's a little bit like tracking malware online as well. What's there on one hand? Of course, we want to track down and cut out the malicious or malware online, but we need a process. We need a process that will not infringe on people's privacy, that will not, while keeping the internet safe. And the other question is about intermediary liability. When ISPs or hosting providers or e-commerce platforms start supporting programs for takedown or to curb illegal activity, what are their liabilities? Unless there's a court order, if they start working with different agencies and do certain work, what are their liability? And that relates to the Manila Principles as well. How freedom of expression and other rights should be balanced. Right. So the principles, the Manila Principles, and how they apply to intermediaries, even on tackling illegal wildlife trade online. Then finally, I'd like to explore a little bit, is there a possibility of having or developing an industry code of practice to track this, rather than depend only on court orders? Is there a possibility for framework that ISPs, hosting providers, and others platforms online can actually work on a framework or a process for takedowns, or even for tracking and tracing the activity, so that we can really curb this activity online. And I guess that's and really that's it's what I want to say is that that's similar. Having code of practice is similar to a lot of industry associations. ISP associations would have code of conducts for curbing spam. Could we use similar code of conduct stuff? And that brings me to the end of my introduction. And I would like to. I was okay. Okay, so I'll now pass it to Joyce Wu from Traffic. Traffic is a organization focused on illegal wildlife trade, tackling illegal wildlife trade, and then I will go to Michael Balzer, who's the head of the Global Tiger Initiative at the WWF, and then with Kenny Huang, who is who has a strong background from ISP, and also to give a little bit of the background from ISPs, and then I will ask Chester and Deanne to add a little bit, and then hopefully try to open up the floor for more discussion. So let me pass the mic to Joyce. And do you have a presentation that?
Thanks, Edmund. Good morning, everyone. I'm Joyce Wu from Traffic East Asia. My organization is an international NGO and is strategic alliance with WWF and IUCN. Today, I'd like to talk with you about the online illegal wildlife trade in East Asia. And yes, just like I had said, Traffic is an international NGO, and we have 24 offices work in 5 continents all over the world. We are a strategic alliance with WWF and IUCN. And Traffic's vision of the wildlife trade is managed in a way that maintain health, wildlife population, and the ecosystem, and contributes to the meeting of human needs, and support local and national economies, and helps motivate a commitment to conserve wildlife species and habitats. But this is not always the things we can see these days. There are 25,000 African elephants poached every year. And same as the tigers, also face the threat of extinction, including the habitat, because of the habitat decrease dramatically, and the population decline because of the demand for the trade, for the medicine and skin or curio products. And we had monitored the wildlife trade since 2005, which is 10 years ago, on Chinese language websites based in mainland China, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. And we found there are like ivories, tiger products, and rhino horn products on the websites. Like this is the whole skin of the tiger skin, and this is a small piece of the tiger skin. This is the front. This is the back of the tiger skin, and people sell it as a religious relics. And we can also find the tiger bone wine sell on the internet, and other species products like the rhino horn carvings, ivory carvings. This is the Japanese style sword sold on Taiwan's website, and the handle of the sword is made from ivories. And in addition to this flagship species, we also found many different species and products on the internet. Everything you can sort about, you can find on the website, and including lots of live wild animals, even CITES Appendix 1, parrots and tortoise. And since 2012, January 2012, we start to monitor Chinese language website based in mainland China regularly, monitor it once a month. And you can see the internet penetration in mainland China is about 11% in 2005, but reached to more than 51% in 2015. So there is a great reason that we focus on Chinese language website in mainland China, and we monitored 25 to 32 Chinese language websites, including the auction website and theme websites. And this is our findings. We see the advertisement, illegal wildlife advertisement. There are around 3,000 to 6,000 of advertisement between January 2012 to May 2013. And in June, there are 15 leading e-commerce companies in China. They have signed a declaration to have a zero tolerance policy for illegal wildlife trade. And next month, in July 2013, the advertisement on the website has dropped fourfold. So you can see the significant differences of the illegal wildlife trade advertisement available on the internet before and after the industry have the declaration, join the actions. And this is the way we work. Traffic monitor the website regularly and record the detailed information and provide it to the relevant authority and e-commerce companies. And they can work together to bring down all those illegal advertisements and even take further enforcement actions when it is needed. And I just talk about a successful model or story that we have because we the regular monitoring of the websites and work with the industry and the authorities has bring down the illegal wildlife advertisement over the e-commerce website. But at the same time, we find the advertisement over the social media has increased rapidly. The social media users in mainland China is increased rapidly, and the nature of the social media is blocking informations. Only friends in the group can see the informations, so only people in that group willing to report the illegal activities. People outside the group can know what's going on. So the nature of the social media have put a very good concealment for the illegal wildlife traders. And also the inadequate regulation also help that. And this is the part of the example that we found from the social media. These are all the big traders that we found from the social media in 1 month. And this is the items they provided in that 1 month. You can see every dealers, they offer more than hundreds or even thousands of the wildlife products. And those are illegal to sell online, and even in China, in the physical market, you need for lots of items you cannot sell it at all. And for ivories, only the registered items and the registered shops are eligible to sell those items. And these are images you can see from the social media. Lots of ivory bangles, roll tusks, carving tusks, different stuffs. And however, this is not a situation that social media want to see, and they do have the prohibition and the punishment for this illegal trade advertisement, including suspend the account or take down the content. However, since it's not moving very positive or very fast at this moment, and we need more companies in different parts of the world to join these actions. And actually, Chinese government just announced a new amendment of the wildlife conservation law, and that will be effective since next January. The new law is prohibit the internet to provide the service for the illegal wildlife trade. So Chinese government already made it into a law and will be effective since next January. So that's all for my presentation.
Thank you, Joyce. And it's very interesting to observe how some of the key e-commerce providers platforms of working with traffic, and I guess it really creates an impact on the illegal wildlife trade. But at the same time, in order for, I guess, outside of China especially, other providers to really jump on board, many other issues probably on internet governance will need to be dealt with. But before that, I'll pass the mic over to Mike to focus a little bit more on tigers, I guess.
So good morning, everybody, and many thanks to Edmund and everybody for inviting me to the forum. It's certainly not something I ever expected to be presenting in, and but it's a great pleasure to be here, and I found the forum very interesting, particularly this morning with the youth and all their ideas that have come up and to help support tiger conservation. So it's been very inspiring for me, but even though I didn't expect to be here. So today is Global Tiger Day. So happy Global Tiger Day. All across the world, we're celebrating Tiger Day. In some ways, we're celebrating it by talking about how fantastic tigers are and how important. Ways we're using the day to raise awareness about some of the issues. And one of the issues that we're raising this year is the problems of tiger farms. Now, tiger farms are found all across Asia. And you've probably maybe recently heard about the tiger farm in Thailand that was hidden behind an entertainment facility run by monks in a temple. And so this was a very famous example of a tiger farm where there's hundreds of tigers being bred and then taken off into illegal trade. But these farms are actually found in 4 different countries, actually: Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia. Sorry, for Thailand, Vietnam, Laos, and China. And there's up to maybe 8,000 tigers inside these tiger farms. So I'm just waiting for my presentation to come up. Sorry, we had problems already with it this morning. I think the computers know it's Global Tiger Day and not Global Computer Day.
Apologies, they should be.
Well, let me start. And we can catch up with the slides once they're there. So about 100 years ago, we thought there was probably 100,000 tigers in the wild, spread from Turkey all across Russia, throughout Asia, all the way down to Bali. But unfortunately, the story of tigers is a story of decline, and tiger numbers have declined now to about 3,200 tigers in 2009. And in 2009, we got very worried about the situation for tigers, and we've been concerned, obviously, for about 50 years about tigers, but now we're beginning to really think there was no way we're going to stop tigers from going extinct. So the governments, the tiger range governments, joined together and decided to take very firm action. And in St. Petersburg in 2009, they had a summit hosted by President Putin, where they declared that they were going to double the number of tigers by 2022. That means it's a very ambitious target, and the aim is to get tigers to a relatively safe place as fast as possible, and also to do things completely different. So we recognize that the traditional ways of tiger conservation wasn't working, and so we needed to transform the way we're doing things. And working through the internet and the tools and technologies that were now coming available to us is very much part of that new effort, which is what I'd like to talk to you about today. So that that T times 2 goal, that doubling number of tigers goal, is now shared by all those working on tiger conservation, and it's really the inspiration. So the first thing that's driving this decline in tigers, you heard from Joyce, and the trade in tigers and the demand that's coming from many different places for tigers, particularly for traditional Chinese medicine. And so the tigers are being used in many different ways and traded in many ways, but really the issue now is the internet, as you heard. And so the internet is really becoming a new area. Here is the presentation, thanks. It's going to work. Sorry. Oh, sorry. So we skip all these. That's the terrible graph. That's the T times 2 logo. And we're here on talking about demand. And so this is what you've already heard about the legal wildlife trade being online now. And this is causing a great deal of concern within the conservation world, because this is not an area that we have expertise in, but we're getting very fast at dealing with it, and we have some great partners, just as Joyce mentioned earlier on. So how are we dealing with it? Well, we're monitoring social media, and we have volunteers and networks all across the globe that now can get online and report back to us. And we have what we call a whack-a-mole type effect, where every time one pops up, we knock it down until we keep going. But they get cleverer and cleverer at it, and so it's not really the best strategy to deal with it. But so you heard from Joyce about how we're working with some of the big web platforms, and this is really being very effective, and we're getting some really fantastic partnerships with some web platforms that are able to help us detect and track and monitor the use of the internet for tiger trade and obviously other species. The technology is also allowing us to really share data across the globe about where tigers are being sold and where they're moving, who's dealing with it. We have incredible systems, intelligent systems that the police are using to gather information all across the globe about people who are involved in the tiger trade. And these intelligent systems are used on platforms that police and Interpol can share all across the globe. So again, very effective use of new media, new technologies to really track down those who are involved. So imagine before, where there was somebody caught in Nepal with a tiger in his suitcase, that information and that person's name and all the information will go completely online within this web, and so people in Sumatra can compare the results and the information, so they can start putting together the intricate web of the crime syndicates involved in tiger crime. And it's working very effectively. There was one recently, somebody arrested in Malaysia who had been involved in wildlife crime in Nepal because of these systems. So the traditional way of getting tigers to this market is first by poaching, using snares. This is very low technology. It's just a wire, usually from a bicycle, that's basically placed in the ground, and the tiger will step into it and then get caught, and maybe the trader, the hunter, will come and find the tiger maybe a few days later. And it's the sort of situation we're seeing very often across all of Asia. And then the tigers then very fast go to these sort of markets. There's a market in Myanmar, where there's a huge market for wildlife in Myanmar, which is supporting people coming across the border from China principally. And tigers are being sold there in traditional ways in markets and in shops. But that, again, this is fast becoming extinct, thanks also to the good work across the countries. But unfortunately, now it's going online. The parks are very badly protected. These are the typical rangers who are protecting the forests against highly trained professional hunters, and they often very poorly equipped with bad shoes and sticks to fight off not only rangers with machine guns, but also tigers with very big teeth. they're wandering through the forest like this, and unfortunately often get into trouble. And so our work is to train them and fully equip them, and this is what was going on in many different places. And we use a tool now called SMART. And SMART is a tool that is used by rangers to collect information on their telephones as they walk around, and it can track where they're doing patrols and collect the information, and then that's now passed up by communications to a center where they can know real time where the rangers are and what they're seeing. And we're happy that we're working with .Asia on improving the communication technologies within inside these parks, which are often very large and very remote, so that they can start communicating together across these vast areas. And so this tool is dramatically changing the way that we're doing a protection on the ground for tigers. Again, so another example of how technology is really making a very big difference for us. So this is the tool. You can see the rangers now looking much more professional than those guys we saw before. And they're able to really track real time where they're going and pass that information up and put it all into a database. So they're really getting a very smart idea of what's going on in the field, and where the poachers might be, and where their patrolling is most effective. So that's one example. A few more examples. We're using the GPS and real-time data apps for patrol. That's a SMART. Where GPS trackers in wildlife products. So we're able to put trackers in wildlife products and see where they're going. We have these large data mining projects for finding out and getting patterns, just as I talked about for the intelligence work. We're using DNA analysis to monitor tigers and identify different individual tigers, and also stripe pattern databases on computers where we can identify individual tigers very, very quickly. We get thousands of photographs of tigers, and now we can identify them individually, any part of the world, very fast. We're using drones. This is small drones that fly across parks to help patrolling, to understand what's going on in a park. Again, these are very remote areas, so these drones are very effective tools to help the patrolling. Obviously, they're not going to catch any poachers, but they can help identify where the poachers are, so we can be responding very rapidly to any situation. Forensic tools are becoming completely different with DNA and all these different technologies. Real-time camera trap monitoring. So this is camera traps placed in the forest where we can monitor and watch tigers as they're walking through the forest and know where they are on real time. And so there's many more of these technologies. And we have the last one, just to bring that one, is Wild Leaks, which is like a whistleblowing website where people involved in tiger trade or in wildlife trade, particularly government officials or people that shouldn't be really doing this sort of thing. Nobody should be doing this sort of thing, but particularly government officials. So people can go to Wild Leaks and whistleblow on people that are involved in this sort of trade. So again, a vast number of tools that weren't there, maybe even just 5 years ago when we first started this big initiative. So this is like Leonardo DiCaprio. Earlier on, someone mistook it for me, which was the best part of my day. And so he's placing one of these camera traps in the forest for us, and he's a big supporter of the tigers. And these camera traps probably were the first technology that we used in tiger conservation. At about the same time we started using radio collars on tigers, so there was a beginning of using technology, but these have completely transformed the way we understand and can count and monitor tigers now. So these are just some fun pictures for you. There's a group of 5 tigers here, that completely rare. There's one mother and 4 cubs. And they often, for strange reasons, tigers like to sit in front of the cameras and pose. Even this one in Bhutan, this is at 3,000 meters high in Bhutan, but the tiger certainly seems to know that camera's there. And they get very curious about the cameras. So, and this one's got so curious that he's brought his friend along to have a look too. And then they get very, very curious. to the point where they're, if you can see that tooth, where they attack the cameras. Obviously very shy tiger, this one. And we also get very cute pictures as well from the tiger cubs. And this is actually a still from a video. So it's now we're using videos rather than just photographs. And the videos are really giving us really good examples about some of the behavior that's going on with the tigers. So we get these thousands of these pictures, and we're using those to monitor the populations. And as I said before, now we can identify the tigers by their stripes. And so this helps us in many different ways. So the other big problem facing tigers is that all the world's tigers live within this circle, and shrinking within that circle. But at the same time, more people live inside this circle than outside of the circle. So the world's human population is really concentrated in exactly the same place as the tigers. Tigers need lots of space. Millions of people need lots of space too. So the issue for us is how do we live together with tigers in Asia as the population grows? And these stark reminders of how the population's growing and some of the issues that we're facing, particularly like roads, where tigers certainly are not going to be able to cross something like that. So we need to find some solutions about how people can live with tigers, and that's really the new area of work that we're working on in tiger conservation. And yeah, sorry, this seems to be good. Okay, and the situation in terms of forest loss is pretty rapid. This is a photograph I was explaining earlier, a photograph of our team going into the forest to collect their camera traps, and they're all ready with their field equipment. And when they get to the forest, they find this is what they found. And this is only a few weeks after they placed the cameras. And obviously the cameras are not there, and obviously the forests are not there, and we don't know where the tigers have gone. So the situation is pretty stark, and this is in Sumatra, where oil palm is the cause of quite big destruction of forests. And those fires are a big problem for people all across places like Singapore, where I live. Every year it's full of smoke. Okay, so what we're doing now is we're developing a tool, which is an app. We call it iTiger. It's really this is probably the first people to hear about it, in fact. It's very much just in development. So it's a tool where we're trying to solve the issue of people living with tigers. So if you can imagine the forest with a tiger living in the forest, and then you have the people living in the city that want to save tigers. And it's very often it's the people in the cities that want to save tigers rather than the people around who live with tigers. But the people that are living around tigers are producers. They're producing rice, they're producing many other different products, which we consume in the cities. And so we want to try and build a relationship between those. We would like to continue those agricultural practices or other practices that are going on in these areas around the protected areas. So that's because tigers are using those areas, and the relationship between the people and the tigers is okay. But once their livelihoods get strained or they change the situation, then the local people, then that's when they turn against the tigers. And so we're trying to make a link between the producers and the consumers. And so what we're doing is develop an app which helps the farmers show what they're selling, and they're able to sell it on the internet directly to consumers. And in return, the local communities have got much more trade. Their incomes are going up. They recognise and support, but in turn, they're also helping to make sure that the forests and where the tigers are being protected. So they get paid a premium on top to protect those forests, and the consumers can help support those local producers through this app. At the same time, we can monitor online what's going on with the state of the forest and getting information directly from the farmers too. So this is a really interesting, completely different tool that has never been around at all for tiger conservation, and because of the social media and the tools that we've got available to us across the internet will make a big difference, and linking people across the world. Another tool that we're using is we can monitor forest cover change from completely remotely. And so one of the issues we're seeing is that forest is getting cut down very fast, but they're always in remote areas. And so this tool that was developed in Russia is able to detect very small changes in the forest. So as soon as somebody starts cutting some trees, you can detect it pretty fast, and you can send the police in there to stop it immediately. So it's really a dramatic change. And now, actually, what's going on now is that volunteers all across the world are using this tool to monitor these forests for us. And as soon as they detect a change, that they can inform us, and then we can work on it immediately. So you can imagine how this tool works, because this is your expertise, not my expertise. So we're also, the technology is also helping us provide visions. So I showed that picture of the roads, and this is probably the biggest issue that we're facing, is the roads cutting up the forests. And so we can sit and use technology to explain to local communities, to planners, about the implications of the road, but also the solutions. And we can use these tools to find the solutions to these roads, so that people can still have roads, we can still develop the area, but tigers can survive in those areas by coming up with some smart planning. And this is just an example now that we're using the internet to collect data from all the different places that we work and compile that data. So this is a huge amount of data, a big database that we use, but that's now compiled. The data is entered online, sent up, and then analyzed remotely, actually in the other side of the US. And so we're able to get people who are working in a remote place in Bhutan to put in their data, and we can very rapidly now understand what's going on. Before the internet, it took somebody to write a letter that got taken to the local town, to the city, and that letter might get to somebody somewhere else in a month's time. So by that time, the situation had completely changed. So this is just a huge change for us. And lastly, the tool the really great opportunity for technology is how we reach out to supporters and people using social media. And this is an example of where we had a running tiger along the Kremlin. This was during the summit time, and this was passed to millions and millions of people live as we did it. And this Global Tiger Day, we're bringing people together by asking people to show their support for T2 by giving 2 thumbs up for tigers. And again, this is an example of how we're using social media to really build up support. And this support is then taken to the politicians and the leaders and people that can make the difference for tigers. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mike, and very always a beautiful sight to see tigers. And I guess going back to the conversation, of course we want to protect tigers, but I guess there are other challenges for us in terms of the internet service providers and others as well. So I'll pass now, I guess, to Kenny to talk a little bit about what is happening in terms of takedowns and those type of issues here in Taipei.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Kenny Huang, Executive Council member of our APNIC. I feel a little bit embarrassed because I have a very limited knowledge on wildlife protection. But the good thing is I probably benchmark the law button for this knowledge. So the good thing is after the session, you probably have better understanding than me. So hopefully you enjoy the session. I'm going to introduce the content side. What's the practice for content notice and takedown practice in Taiwan? Next slide. Okay, initially I tried to introduce, there are several kinds of internet filtering technology, uh, especially that can be applied in many other places. But this figure I try to point out, actually, you are not only care about what sort of technology available, you also need to notice what would be the operational cost. From left-hand side, you can see IP filtering, the cost would be much lower, but the accuracy was also very poor. And then go to DNS filtering, and the upper layer would be keyword filtering, and the right-hand side will be stateful traffic analysis. So that would be very accurate, and the cost is pretty high. Okay, here just briefly introduce what I discussed. For example, like IP filtering, the cost is low, and the operator involved, including ISP and telecommunication operator, the accuracy also very low. What would be the impact to apply that kind of technology? The impact would be the one IP address may host multiple websites. So if the government blocking one IP address could cause great impact to the other website that share the same IP address. So that would be the side effect if you just block in one IP address. And activation requirement, that practice in Taiwan will require court order. Also, until you have court order, otherwise the ISP cannot doing that kind of activation. So also we have some sort of commercial service such as anti-POM or child protection. And so the parent can purchase that kind of commercial service. I can introduce later. And the second one will be DNS filtering. The cost of DNS filtering also pretty low. The operator involved will be like a CCTLD or GTLD registry operator. The accuracy also very low because the impact, one domain name probably have multiple users. So blocking one domain name could be cause great impact to other users who share the same digital platform. So activation requirement exercise in Taiwan also require court order. So once the call reach to the operator side, the operator will initiate, activate the takedown policies. So the other technologies such as content filtering, the cost is still low, and the operator, including digital platform operator, most likely is private sector. The accuracy is very high, the impact is very low. The activation requirement, including court order or somewhere we call self-regulation. Such as the example I'm going to mention the next page. Sorry, the next one. So I try to introduce the commercial service available for harmful content filtering. That's one example. Actually, all the ISP providers very similar commercial service in Taiwan. And this example was a service provider is HiNet and the largest carrier in Taiwan. And then if you pay the service, there were equivalent that kind of technology in your household. So if your children try to access some harmful content, that will be blocked by that kind of software or that kind of technology. And the other practice in Taiwan we have noticed and take down, for example, the slide I introduced yesterday, we have an organization called iWin. And once the iWin receiving the inquiry regarding to harmful content, they will initiate a due process. And once the decision was made, they will submit an inquiry to government authority and also submit an inquiry to service provider, either it's ISP or ICP. So if the government consider that will be illegal content, then we'll issue a notice and takedown requirement to the ISP or even issue a court order to the ISP. And ISP also has an internal policy, takedown policy. So once they receive the inquiry either from iWin or from the government authority, they will make a judgment how to taking care of the notice and takedown process. So regarding to regulation, because we are discussing wildlife protection, actually we have all kinds of regulation. One example is Animal Protection Act. Specifically in the Act, Article 27-1, we mentioned a jail condition will be made or fine until $30,000 or both. They will impose an action of disseminate, broadcast, sell text or picture, audio or video, recording, electronic record, violate this article. So we do have this kind of regulation. But the problem here is it's very easy to understand how you're dealing with illegal content. So let's very straightforward. We have control measure. Once the content was classified as illegal, and the government definitely will take required action. But the point is, if the content or harmful material was classified as in the gray area, and the gray area need a technology-oriented mechanism to deal with. Otherwise, we don't know how to process whether it's legal or illegal. So we need to pay more attention on the gray area, how we dealing with that kind of process. So theoretical review on free speech and low value speech, because in the gray area, a lot of people say that's a free speech. You cannot prohibit doing any kind of free speech. So we have free speech theory, and also we have very low level speech, such as US have a Communication Decency Act. And also EC also already concludes some harmful material, such as offend the value of feeling to the other peoples. So they will consider harmful material already defined by EC. So the next step from technology point of view, how we going to design a feasible mechanism, especially for the gray area, such as technology basic. We need we need to have some technology such as backside blocking technology, and in Taiwan we also have the same exercise called PICS, platform for internet content selection. You need to categorize your content type in your website, but it's not enforced by law, it's by self-regulation. And also we need to have a content filtering technology or keyword matching technology from the backend system. And from operational side, we still need a lot of coordination among different stakeholders, because as long as it's not belong to illegal area, it's belong to gray area. So that require a lot of stakeholder coordination, such as the coordination among ISP, coordination among government agency, among school, such as the STAT. And also we do need to encourage self-regulation, because in the gray area that require a rough consensus from the stakeholder, such as service provider. So until we have some conversations, such as today's conversation, to start with from the service provider, those they can have a better understanding on the issue, so they will encourage them to have some sort of self-regulation. Once the self-regulation mechanism be made, I think that kind of process can be even faster or even cheaper than the official legal process. That's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. And that gives us a good view of I guess the typical ISPs and you know those kind of things that they're kind of tackling. Can you jump to? Oh, I have the control now, so I can jump quickly to where I wanted to. Unfortunately, the font is a little bit strange. But anyway, going back to the three questions of what are the current mechanisms, the intermediary liability issues, and is it possible, as I think Kenny left off, having some sort of a code of practice among with the industry. I'll turn to Chester, who's I guess an expert on privacy and security, maybe to add on this, and then Jian, and then open the floor.
Okay, thank you, Edmund. That makes the two of us that I'm officially not an expert in, wildlife and conservation of wildlife, although I support this, I guess, fully, with everything I can, think of. But well, I'm actually quite happy to know from Joyce and Michael about the efforts and technologies have been using to protect, tigers and other wildlife. And I think, and of course, obviously, it is not, I guess, enough, and new problems come up, and also, some other older problems still persist. But I guess I'm not going to talk about what have already been covered by Joyce and Michael. But I think in terms of the situation and all that, I think well, definitely, we to me, well, I used to be an ISP as well, so I was involved with a lot of, I guess, content, uh, illegal content issues or illegal, I guess, activities, on the internet, child pornography, trafficking, and a lot of other, even uh, piracy, not that privacy, the copyright, I mean IP rights, counterfeit products and stuff like that. So I think Kenny highlighted one problem that I was thinking also was that the how are we going to identify the um, illegal contents? Is I think because if we want the mechanism to be scalable, you know, we I mean scalable meaning not only in one country, in the region or even globally. The scalability means that we have to have um, technology or the mechanism to help um, the NGOs or even the platform providers to determine whether the content is illegal. Um, and I can see the difficulties of identifying, say, for example, a picture of a tiger or a wild animal being, just circulating from the internet, whether it is a cute picture of the animal or whether the animal is being tortured or captured or even slaughtered. It's we need to build that into the mechanism. One of the experience I have been uh, um, helping with a company that we are doing actually was a spin-off from the University of Hong Kong on um, cyber of digital forensics. And what we did or what they did was we designed a system to help brand names to identify counterfeit products online. Basically, it's like a internet crawler, except that when it sees a picture, it looks in the picture and compare the image of the picture and try to identify uh, uh, registered trademarks, icons, and logos in the picture and determine whether that product is a counterfeit product or possibly a fake. But then that's raised another. It was quite successful actually, but that raised another issue that we apply here is whether the organizations helping to preserve this have the resources to design and deploy this sort of technology. Um, um, and I would, I guess, think that that can be supported by, say, the bigger, richer, platform providers, social media companies, and if they can contribute on the technologies or even on the research, that would definitely be helpful. And the other thing about I want to say a little bit is I guess to do all this is uh, we somehow need a central authority to help us or to help the intermediaries, first, like I was saying, to determine whether the content or the picture, for example, is illegal. I mean, the content, the text, or whatever, because, like I said, it could be confusing, could be in the gray area that Kenny was mentioning, and the authority also gives a more direct order. Now, if I draw my experience from child pornography, obscene materials, or even criminal contents from the internet, it's ISPs often have difficulties or don't have the authority to determine whether something is illegal. So what end up happening is, well, they would do it based on the order or suggestion by, say, certain organization or maybe someone who claims to be the IP right holder, but then does it give the intermediary the safe harbor that it may need to in case it make the wrong decision, you know. And then the other thing is about self-regulation. Uh, it works only, I guess, if the industry itself is tight and in a way, um, um, I guess, controlled, because otherwise, we can have certain big players coming out and say, okay, we pledge to that or to certain thing, and then it end up it won't be effective because there are like um, thousand thousand or more of other smaller players who would still provide a platform to circulate those content. So yeah, that's well. I'm going to stop here for the moment. So
Thank you, and I think you covered a pretty broad spectrum from technology supporting, which is very interesting. I guess image processing technologies, and I'm not. I think Joyce alluded to some of the things that traffic is doing as well, and perhaps there's more work that can be done. I'll turn to our young participants, Jan, to add a little bit, and please think about, please chime in, and I'll open the floor right after Jan.
Hello. Okay, so I'm Gian from NetMission and also the organizer of YIGF. So I just want to share something on behalf of youth perspective, because prior to this workshop, we actually had the Global Tiger Day activities, and where we discussed two main topics. The first one is how can different stakeholders apply internet policy to protect wildlife, animals, and what teenagers can do in general. So for the different stakeholders, the participants mainly suggested making a website or a hotline for people to report dangerous trading and products online. And they also want social media platforms to warn people before they post videos and photos about tigers. And one way is also not to allow them to tag the location so that they can still like share, but the people, I mean the public won't know where the tigers are. And for NGOs, they suggested to make use of the Endangered Species Act, and other and government from other countries can also make use of this if they haven't already. And for the what teenagers can do, there is four main points that were raised. The first one is the participants wanted to create a petition to close down zoos and promote safaris instead. So instead of like keeping wildlife in cages, then it would be better for animals to be in their natural environment where people can still watch them, but um, they're at least in their natural habitat. And the second one is to create a trend where it can help raise the awareness, which can be in a form of a game or a video, and it would create a hype to protect the environment. And then the third one is an example in West Africa where um, there's something like a mixed park between countries where they join the wildlife together and allow the animals to move in different countries. So the participants said that one of the reasons why the animals are endangered is because they feel trapped in a zone. So if they allow tigers to move in other countries, then it, they would feel freer and have a broader wildlife. And the last one is suggesting to have like a parent for tigers. So it's like using an app or a software where people can monitor one tiger in particular. Like, so for example, you can be in Europe, and then your tiger is somewhere in Asia, but you will still know what how they are doing and things like that. And they think that this will allow more people to be responsible. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Jihan. Very interesting suggestions, and glad to know that there's some outcomes coming out from the discussion this morning. So, want to see if anyone wants to comment or have a question. Please.
Oh, okay. My name is Mahabir Puna. I am from Nepal. I built a wireless network in the rural areas there. So one of the things that I am trying, actually I tried with the National Trust for Nature Conservation of Nepal, because I am a board member there also. We tried to, find ways to actually, instead of, taking, this camera trap for the animals, we tried to develop a system to trap the poachers instead of the animals. So, but, to trap the poachers, camera trap the poachers, we need to build the camera, we need to build the systems, that the poachers cannot see or cannot notice. Because, for animals, the camera, the animals, they don't know the camera. But if the poachers find that there is camera there to trap them, then that's not going to work. And that's why my request to all of you who are interested in this project is, to let me know, if there is, if you are interested to work with these projects to find ways to trap the poachers instead of the animals. And the reason is because, and it's not that easy, especially when we talk about the national parks. The main problem is, the connectivity. The 3G networks, the wireless networks doesn't work in the, in the dense forest. What we're trying to do is, trap the, pictures of the somebody and anybody, or even it can be animals, that goes into the forest and moves around, and trap that and send that, the pictures real time to the control room of the national park. That's the challenge. And I still believe that there should be some ways to do it. But if you are interested to work with us in Nepal, then just please let me know. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mahabir. As you saw in my presentation, our little tiger is inspired by the Wi-Fi mesh networks that you've put in place in Nepal. And I think that's a very definitely a very good idea. And as part of the work that we're exploring with WWF, actually, on one side is to provide communications for the rangers in the tiger landscapes, which is using similar technologies that you are using in the mountains. And that picture was you, I guess you recognize, and but also to potentially pick up the poachers as well. One of the interesting technologies we're trying to explore is if we do a Wi-Fi in the forest, when poachers go in and their phone starts trying to pick up the Wi-Fi access point, we know that an extra phone suddenly entered into the forest. So one of the ways of doing it is instead of capturing the camera, to identify that some device entered the forest. But certainly brings a very interesting question. The tigers are very curious of the camera traps, but obviously the poachers would, smartly avoid them. That's certainly a very interesting, and I'm sure, well, Asia, we're certainly interested to explore further, and I'm guessing WWF would be interested. Did you want to add?
Yeah, that was a really interesting input to the meeting. So the Nepal is actually the place where all the innovations happen, and the place where we're working to do where the rangers are using smart and it's connecting live is actually happening in Nepal. And so it's the only place in the world where the smart is basically being sent straight up to the control and they can watch live. And it was actually technology that the Nepalese developed themselves, which is great. And the system that you mentioned about the phones is being used in South Africa, I think, but I haven't seen it yet in Asia, but that's partly because of the Wi-Fi networks. And definitely in fact, the use of Google, what are they called? Google Glasses, Google Eyes, but that was also innovated in Nepal. There's actually a long list of technology that was innovated in Nepal, so it's great to see you here.
Hi, I'm Satish Babu from India. I'd like to quickly share two innovations or initiatives we are doing in India. One is to do with wild elephant tracking. There's a lot of human-animal conflict that's happening. Basically, human beings have gone and built houses where the animals used to kind of own. With animals now trampling over their fields and so on, and also attacking human beings. This is SMS-based because people there do not use smartphones. So it's a kind of geotagging, but not using any GPS or it's based on some grid coordinates that have been trained to these volunteers. They send SMS to one central point. There is a system to coordinate this to predict where the elephants are going to be traveling tomorrow. And this is to warn those villages in the path. It's working for the last 1.5 years now. It's working pretty well. Now we're trying to scale it. This is in the hills. The second is a group that I've been working for the last 25 years with. And this is a group of deep sea fishermen who are targeting exclusively shark. Now, sharks is a huge problem. It has not been mentioned anywhere here, but it's a huge problem. It is several species are on the site as red list. These fishermen, their main problem is they go all over Indian Ocean, and they claim an inability to differentiate between the red list species and the other species that they're fishing, ending up kind of having problems when they come back with the shark because now the fin is the most valuable thing. The fin is about 100 times more expensive than the meat. So what these fishermen do is they catch the shark at sea, they fin it, cut the fins off and dump the shark back, which is an extremely cruel, barbaric kind of practice. But this is what they do. A lot of work is required for species identification, on-board species identification, not just DNA barcoding, which is now quite simple these days. So some kind of technologies are required and they're asking for it. We're not able to fully kind of deliver it on a mobile phone because these things are outside the internet range. And satellite internet is too expensive to be kind of tried out. So this is the first one is a solution that it's already working. The second one is not a solution, it's a problem that we're trying to solve. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are, again, very interesting innovations and technology that's helping wildlife. And I think the theme of the workshop is certainly, the interrelationship of technology, especially internet technology, and how it impacts wildlife. But looking at the time, we're kind of running out of time. I want to pull back to one of the questions, and perhaps Joyce, as the expert, could enlighten us a little bit of the current situation. What are the conservation agencies? How do you currently try to track the illegal activities? You mentioned a little bit, but once you do, are you seeing any challenges asking ISPs or hosting providers to take them down, or are you finding difficulties in actually identifying people who are engaged in those activities? What are the challenges, and what perhaps this community can work together to help?
Okay, compared to the internet and IP expert just mentioned earlier, actually, what we use to monitor the website, the internet, is actually very low technology. And in 2005, we monitored the website by ourselves, several steps, manually, personally, monitor the auction and theme websites. and find out all those kind of suspicious commercials. But nowadays we work in China, so we work with the university. They helping us to use the keywords to track down all those suspicious content. And still, we after they catch all those suspicious advertisement, we still have to screen all those manually, personally, to see because the like the keyword we use, we like to search for the ivory trade, and we use the keyword ivory. But sometimes they were like ivory color dress will come out. So we have to take down all those information before we send it to the authorities. So we before the system after system doing all those pick up the suspicious advertisement for us, we have to do it manually too. And the other challenge is, even though for some advertisement they say they sell the ivory, but what kind of ivory? There are mammoth ivory that is extinct species, so it's not illegal to sell that. And the other things is African ivory and Asian ivories. So if they are selling African ivory or the Asian ivory, that is the violation might happen. And also there are some kind of fraud, like people they say they put on the advertisement, they say they do have ivory items to sell, but actually they have nothing to sell, nothing to offer. It's just a scam. They just try to get people's money, but nothing. They have no product to deliver. So this is another different kind of illegal activity, but it's not really the wildlife trade, illegal wildlife trade issues. So this is all this kind of challenges we have. And gentlemen have mentioned about the accuracy, the low or high of the accuracy. I think yes, if there is a system can help us to increase the accuracy of the screening, that will be much better and will be much effective to for us to monitor the illegal trade. And the other issue is now we have a good connection or good relationship with authority. We monitor the website since 2005, so it's 10 years ago. And after several years communication with authorities, they understand a series of the problems there. I think at the beginning they will think, oh, those are just advertisement. There are no actual transaction happen there. So for some legislation in some countries, they don't really recognize the put on the advertisement is a crime or illegal activities. They like to see, or the court like to see, if there is actual transaction happen, then they will recognize that is the crime, is illegal activities.
Thank you, Joyce. And that really brings us to the end. Although, can you make it very short? Maybe 20 seconds. All right, then we can take that offline. But that really brings us to the end. And I wanted to note that this is really just the beginning of the dialogue. I want to stress that, and it's attested by Kenny and Chester, that this community really knows very little about the situation, and is, I think, somewhat surprised how much of impact it is actually having. Chester had the idea of utilizing the intellectual property scanners, photo scanners. I think that has a lot of legs to help in some of the efforts, and I encourage you guys to connect afterwards. But again, thank you everyone for joining. This is the beginning, and we hope to have more sessions and go into more details as we go along this journey. And please join me in a round of applause for the panelists. Thank you. I need to run to another meeting immediately, and I will see you in a bit. They have free lunch downstairs. One.
Yeah. Do I need to dress up for it?
We'll right after the closing. You join me at the closing, right? So right after I'll go back to my. You're staying in the same spot. Yeah. All right. So right after that, we'll take a cab and we'll go from there.
Oh, okay. So what time's the closing? Roughly. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Reading stores.
Oh, thanks. Oh, really? So what, sorry? Okay. Yeah, yeah. There's lots of good technology going on in fisheries as well. We have a program in WWF about it. I watched it. They can track boats fishing for yeah, they look at it.
Yeah, I mean, I need to have another meeting, but
Right, confidence, yeah.
no, no, not no, no.
Yeah. And what about the consumers in terms of sustainable fish? There's a lot of that going on. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah, yeah. Interesting, yeah. I didn't expect to meet a marine biologist. Yeah. Great. Very nice to meet you. Yeah. Sure.
As far as I know, lots of people think of tiger bone as a medicine. So I think maybe we can use social media or the website to educate people what's the alternative for tiger bone, which have the same benefit for people's health. As the demand shrinks, tiger will have a brighter future.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe that's what we need to do is get that demand down. I think traffic can work on the website. Yeah. So what about where are you from?
From Taiwan.
Taiwan, yeah.
Taiwan also has the same problem.
That's the same problem. Yeah. I think people are using tiger product here. Do you think? Yeah. Then you should set up a website. Right. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye, Mike.
How are you doing?
Yeah, I might not stay for the rest of the afternoon.
Even tonight. Yeah.
Oh, even tonight.
Yeah.
What's happening tonight? I don't want to know.
Want to sleep.
Okay. So we should have a good trip here. And do you need anything?
No, I'm okay. Yeah. Is there anywhere I should go tomorrow? I've got like the morning essentially.
When you will leave for the airport?
I can leave at about 1 o'clock.
Okay. So where do you want to go?
Well,
there are some department stores around the areas.
I don't want to go shopping.
Okay. But they do have food court.
Okay, but I just wondered if there's anything special I have to see in Taipei.
Anything special? There is a Chiang Kai-shek Memorial Hall around if you want to go there. But it's pretty hot tomorrow. Maybe some, I don't know where tomorrow.
Where's your special place in Taipei that I have to see?
I think I try to eat tribute to some good restaurant. The food in Taipei is quite famous. Maybe I can send you some links.
Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah. Right. Very nice to meet you. Yeah.
Good.
Thanks
Yeah,
so much.
good to meet you. And enjoy your rest day.
Okay. Thanks.
我们是一个国际 NGO， 所以在整个东亚的话，我们一直都是有共同发展。因为跟北京办公室。对。所以它就是还就是这边主要是从关键字去做设计。对，我们一直都是非常用我刚讲 low tech， 我们是用关键字搜寻。就是比如说你到了那个雅虎或者现在 PC 然后网站，那你想要买什么东西，你是用 keyword 去搜寻。所以现在都是25个到36个的监测这样。那所以那因为在台湾这边就是这个分工，这个分办大概是什么时候进来的？我们是1991年就在台湾设立，这么久了。对。那就请问一下，就是像就是以老虎来讲，它就在台湾就是从10年前成立到现在，那有没有就是可以更具体讲说，就是我们有怎么样去呼应，就是全球这些感知，比如说中国
伦理这个监护权，就是大家要再继续讨论。
当然，我觉得说还是需要去兼顾这些就是隐私权这些东西的。但是就是很多的事情，其实我们可以想象，虚拟跟实体的一个状况，其实在实体的世界里面，在做得好的国家，它还是一样都是有足够的隐私权。
那你觉得这样在台湾这一方面的就是执法，跟就像就是你在你这边的互动，你觉得就是说可能就是说可能我们一些资料提供给台湾的执法部门，然后就是这些不管是警力上，或者是说也愿意更投入一些什么研究监控啊，支持这些，
也是有，但是因为台湾的就说野生动物的兴盛不像中国大陆那么高，那台湾当初比较兴盛的时期是在80年代、90年代，所以那个时候它就已经清的差不多了。那我们那时候05年有看到的时候，一样是有交给他们，让他们，而且现在也有警政署，对啊，警政署里面他们也有专门的那个叫做什么是算是电商警察吧，网络警察之类的。对，那他们当然他们处理的案子不只是野生动物贸易，他们还有很多像我刚刚提到的，就是说那个诈骗，算是诈骗，他其实明明手上根本就完全没有任何东西，但是他就告诉你，不管他想要卖的象牙还是卖的是电脑还是什么，他告诉你说他有，然后他要你之前给他，
钱先给他们商品，然后反正就
对，那所以这些都是属于网络警察他的业务范围。然后如果他在卖野生动物的话，那也是其中他们的一个怎么会处理的部分，这样，只不过是运用的法律是不一样。
那就最后想要请问，就是说像你们觉得说就是就是野生虎在台湾就是整个一个保育界或者是会受到的关注，不是跟其他国家，因为像中国可能它有1000多只，然后资料上好像1000多只，
没有，他们有1000多只，可能100只就了不起。
那我可能看错了，就是
目前全部还不到4000只，所以中国可能有1000只，是最多的。
那就是说就是好，就是好像在台湾就这一方面就是因为我们自己在做动物的，那是否就是说对于野生虎其实能够参与的
其实也不一定，就是其实说起来，在保育的做的话是有，就是基本上。
测试测试。
Hi, Bianca. Can you hear us? And now you can speak. We are testing right now. Hi, Bianca. And we have enabled your mic.
Hello. 1, 2, 3, 1,
We
2,
can,
3.
yeah, hear you. Thank you,
Okay.
Bianca. Yep, as our session will start soon, and because it's right now after lunch, maybe we can wait for like 5 more minutes to get it started. And just help yourself, and we will start within 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I think you all guys got a very good lunchtime and already full already. But at the time being for this workshop is talking about how we can take stock and move forward for the youth engagement in intergovernance and region. We got youth, a panel of youth right here. Joining with us is great friends for you. Time being, we also got some guests to sit on stage to talk about the initiative we are working on right now. So for today's session, we'll separate into two main parts. For the first part, because we got some initiative already organized in the region, so we will share a bit on the net mission, Haley, and the YGF organizer, Jian. I can AP help Kelvin and also Paul from APNIC. At the same time, we got some representative from YIGF participants during this year. They will also share a bit on this. Remotely, we also got Bianca from IGF MAC to share her own perspective. But not just sharing is the main focus of this workshop, is more like to have some interaction between us and among us. So we reserve like around half an hour for discussion. So just feel free to share your views on how we can do better engagement work on. This is the brief briefing of my speech. So I will just give the mic to Haley to talk a bit on the net mission program, that we can share more on how the youth work is.
Oh, thanks, David. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Haley from Net Mission. I guess a lot of the peers know me because I'm one of the organizers. Has been like the program. It is a student-driven program in 5 university students each year. Our invitation with the value statement of Net Mission, it states that it aims to bring together a network of dedicated young volunteers promoting and contributing towards digital inclusion, internet governance, as well as respectable and harmonious internet environment. But for me, my perspective may be a little bit different. I'm not sure if you can recognize what it is. I'll give you 3 seconds to think about it. Yeah. Okay. For the photo, and actually, this is the dandelion flower, which I think most of you know about it. Maybe some of you don't have this a plant in your country, but it is seeds, essentially, where the seeds are produced without pollination, because it's easy for the plants to like produce seeds and have a lot of like other species easily. Because when the wind breathes, the seeds will go everywhere. So that's my perception to Net Mission. Because when I first joined last year, I started to learn the concept of internet governance. And I know a lot of topics like internet access or like cyberbullying or etc. And I start to learn a lot and then contribute from last year till now. And I really learn a lot, and I want to bring these ideas to others as the interested and you're like really impressed of the ideas of youth participation in this area. You want to the peers. Introduce like the composition of the current model in Net Mission, and it basically have 4 areas. The first one is about the recruitment. As I have mentioned, we recruit 20 to 25 university students each year, and we have like some interviews and pitching contest. The pitching we can use ICT in solving social problem, and we have presentation to the guests and also lobby the guests for to your own idea, and it is a really good practices and experience for us, because it's so hard. It's hard for us university students to lobby some government official or some professionals when we're in. And the second part is about training part. After we selected as Net Mission ambassador, we were giving training in some specific topics as for the participant in YI easier topics like cyberbullying, freedom of speech, and then we come up with some more topics that we are unfamiliar with, like net neutrality or like the domain names and IP address. And that's hard for us to learn and enter into this internet years. And the third part will be about conference. It is really exciting part that because some of us who are really interested in internet governance this area, we can attend the ICANN, UNIGF, API, NIC, APNG, etc. That's conferences. Last year that I really feel impressed for the multi-stakeholder discussion, really where in the actual political like school industry. And after we learn, we attend conference, we will do some project to contribute to the society. For example, like this one, we are organizing the YIGF for the peers, for the students in Taiwan, and also some students from far from these. We'll have different kinds of work. The workshop for the housewife to use the internet, or the Digital Warrior Children Carnival for their children in Hong Kong. And like you may have a question, like this goal, like there might be a lot of program like net mission, what's the attractiveness? And this one, yeah, and this I will show you some KPI, like because for business section to show you how successful this program is, and you can see it from the screen. We organized since 2012, and Jan will further talk about those like YIGF and also Hong Kong YIGF campaign afterwards. So I won't talk about this, but you can see that it is like been so many years for other initiative which is already happened. And for the right side, you can see from the three circle, we have some net mission ambassadors already been MAC members in IGF, which is a really great success that show that youth can have the ability to participate and engage actively in IG discussion. And from 7 years already have 100 plus ambassador already, which know about internet, we know about internet governance, and we and which is really good to show that the youth really engage in the real discussion. Like when I see the after seeing the key performance index as a whole, I would like to tell my own perspective, like the perspective of the attractiveness of the program. This is the main reason for me to engage in this area, to engage in net mission from the starting point. A lot of peers, apart from peers, a lot of professionals, like people working in that particular industry. If I'm interested in domain name, I can know a lot of people from ICANN or other organization. And apart from friendship, it's about exposure, because it's so hard for universities. They didn't know about this very hot in Hong Kong. For internet, we use it every day, but the internet from the governance perspective. So it is really good exposure. And for the inside part, because for me, it's exciting to know a lot of issues currently happened in internet. I'm interested in the internet access part, because I like to explore this part and to want to help more in terms of this, because share later we can talk about it later. And for the autonomy, it's the most core part for net mission. The circle is look from this way, like to the middle of the. If we have the full flexibility towards the program, whatever we are interested in, we can step in and explore that area activity. They have like a rigid agenda for what you have to learn, what you have to organize. But this net mission, if we are interested in specific, we can like just go into that area and then explore that. And what is the impact to the whole internet? I would say there's a like from numbers to quality. What does it mean from numbers to quality? We to know about the IG issues first, which is the third lines. And after raising the awareness, we want them to learn the current model, like the peers IGF. We want you to learn about net mission, this model, and to see if this is our like vision. And finally, is to breed future internet after young people. That if we can learn more about policy setting now, in the future, maybe 5 or 10 years later, we can active and really like leading role in the IG. And this is like what we are doing as a youth to increase the youth engagement and to like really build a more harmonious internet environments. Of my sharing, and I like for myself, and to see if the same model or you have like a new ideas or new initiatives can like really cooperate and organize in the future. Thank you.
Ladies, I think you have already shared a bit on the net mission, and also we also got Jian also from net mission to share a bit on the YIGF, because you are the organizers of the program, and I know this Hong Kong IGF also organized this month in early month. So I pass the time to Jian.
Hello. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jian, Net Mission Ambassador, and I have organized 2 consecutive years, and I also attended the IGF in. So this year's YIGF is the 7th year. We aim to show that the youth is one of the major stakeholders of internet, but our voices are not always heard in decision-making processes. So we aim to raise the awareness of people to participate more in policy discussions. So that is what Haley mentioned about Net Mission initiating the YIGF in 2013, which is paralleled with AprIGF. So we also have the vision of organizing it. IGF is inspired by the United Nations Internet Global IGF, but it takes the same multi-stakeholder approach as and it is usually a 4-day, 3 nights camp where participants are assigned roles as one of the interest group, such as government, private sectors, and NGOs. With this, we want to encourage them to think from new perspectives and also give them a platform to express and interchange their ideas freely. It also serves as a preparation camp for them to understand various internet issues and open doors to international policy discussions. So this was the IGF in Delhi. The participants play sessions, which we also had. And this one was in 2013 in Seoul. And this was last year in Macau. And we were having a sharing about Agitora. And it is usually done every year where we have parallel talks and cyberbullying, and we hope to encourage local participants to approach the topics from various perspectives, especially also have variety, where new elements are always included into the YIGF camp every year. One example will be the how to drive social change through information communication technology startups, which was done in 2014. And we have the idea wall, which is a session where the participants write about the internet topics they're most concerned about, and we'll have a discussion on it. Sessions like youth participation and internet governance. The role play sessions, as I said, in Delhi in 2014. And this was the idea wall last year in Macau. And this was a workshop, attending workshops. And another, we go to HKYGF, which is the local IGF held in Hong Kong. It was established early this month, last month, for young people to speak up on internet issues, and it serves as a module that can be adapted in different Asia Pacific countries because recognition of youth IGF among students and schools to further develop the regional internet governance. And we also want them to build up their sense of digital citizenships of students in Hong building for youth when it comes to internet governance participation. So discussion and to train ICT leaders in the future. And actually our target audience is local secondary school students in Hong Kong, and also taking our vision of using youth for youth by youth. So some of the highlights of the HKYGF is to have a netizen seminar where we kicked off the event. There was a sharing from Microsoft, innovation to solve social problems, such as Skype. And we also have the 3 days, 2 nights camp with sustainable development goals and internet governance. So the secondary school students use software apps on how to solve SDGs, and they also make a 1-minute presentation on child online safety. And there was also another proposal on a topic that they're most concerned about, so privacy, security, and other things. And there were also different workshops conducted by speakers. And finally, we have the Youth Internet Day, and the participants discussed 3 topics: privacy and security. For this was followed by the 1-minute presentation on the assigned topics, and then the 10 minutes debate between the participants. And we also had Microsoft Hong Kong Family Welfare Association and the Office of the Privacy Commissioner for Personal Data.
又肥又矮又藍色又冇耳。
Okay, so that was the recap video for the Hong Kong, and we also developed a toolkit in order for other countries to adopt the local YIGF model. So it's like a plan or a guide, and it's available in the Net Mission website. So here you can see there is one for YIGF. It includes, and there's also one for Hong Kong YIG. So with this, we aim to allow to adopt the YIGF model into their own countries. So that's all. Thank you.
So thank you, Chien, to talk about the YIGF and HKYIGF. Indeed, already got some perspective from Youth Network, and would like to introduce Kelvin, pass it back to Kelvin to talk about how the engagement from the can.
Thanks, David. I thought you were gonna speak. Okay, hi everyone. I can talk. It's the Internet Cooperation for Assigned Names and Numbers. I've been working closely with David. I think that mission was the one who started this initiative in ICANN called the Next Gen at ICANN, which is something similar to what you're doing. Program parallel to the main conference. So anyway, I wanted to mention a bit about what Haley mentioned. You had this concentric circles, and somewhere in you have this friendship, exposure, insight, and autonomy. I was thinking somewhere in the circle you might want to contribute and influence. Now you can discussions at even the global level to empower you, if I may. Okay. So at ICANN, I am sort of looking into as you can see, outreach and as well as youth engagement and newcomer engagement in the APAC office. Now, if you don't know about the protocol addresses, a string of numbers that the computers speak into the language that you are familiar with, which is words, numbers, names. Right? Without that, you'll be interacting with your computer and trying to get the website by having to type in a string of numbers, for example. Yeah. So we help to make sure that you don't have to do that. What we do is also the policy development process, which is through the multi-stakeholder model. I'm sure you have heard a lot about this. Heard a bit about as well as the multi-stakeholder model. So I have points to make here. Okay, this is it's not a rock concert. It's of an engagement activity that I had, which was done in Philippines. Some Philippine attendees here. I'm not sure if you attended. This is the Youth for IT. Okay, so you might have heard me speak about ICANN, and I think it's an amazing event with 4,000, 5,000 people in a conference room, and well, in a convention center, and I feel like rock star, and I want to throw my body over the so that was something that I got a chance to attend. I'm thankful for that. So you have heard the fact that how Asia Pacific is actually home to more than about half of the world's. Okay, the other nugget of information is that we are also home to more than half of the world's youth as well. So put that together, and I think we have a lot of work to do in terms of engagement in internet and internet. I also ran a session earlier. Can actually raise well, participation rate in the APAC when it comes to participation in internet governance in local, regional, and global platforms. So after one of the participants to my session that said understood what the session was about, I take it to mean that he didn't understand what the problem was to that. Basically, what is the problem with us having a more limited participation as opposed to other countries. My point here, let's not get used to it. I know sometimes when you attend APEC, participation may not be as good as some of the other, and as a youth, you go in and think that, hey, this is what it's supposed to be. No, it's not. So my point here is that it's not supposed to be, and that the session that I ran was about how do we fix that. So the message here is let's not get used to that. How do we then, brings me to the next point, if you can go on to the next slide. How do we then make the youth ready for capacity or for discussion in internet governance conferences like this? You know, your Instagram, Google, and plus mobile devices are a window to the internet. So much so that these have become synonymous with the internet itself. Sometimes we run the risk of forgetting that there are more things beyond what we see. The actors and the players behind the internet and what made it work beyond Instagram, Google. I'm sorry, I'm raising it. These are just examples. I'm not targeting any particular approach. Discussions on shaping internet policies and the need to find a voice. To help address some of these, okay, for the region, we are doing a few initiatives. And at the global level, for ICANN, we have the fellowship program that is intended to bring and have a voice and to take part. And we have, we call it online learn program. ICANN Learn. So these are online programs that you can take part wherever you are. And of course, we have initiatives. The APEC Hub works with the AprIGF, which is the a large community in ICANN to build capacity, to have capacity building series, webinar series where anybody can to be updated on matters related to ICANN or internet governance in general. And of course, at the APEC Hub, what we do is to have attended the, I'm sure many of the youths here, you should be, you have attended the day 0 of the program. That's the Asia Pacific Internet Leadership Program, APILP. So we are assisting Prof. Ken Hub as the Secretariat for this program, and I hope you do have this program, and I'm happy to hear feedback from you as well on this things we do. Up ahead, we have in the next few months we are running a few other programs. I'll hear from the rest of the well, from Paul as well, and then also from the floor. So I'll be quick about these 2 programs that I'm going to introduce. In the next 2 months, we're going to run a program, the Asia Pacific Internet Governance Academy, that's in Seoul, and I'm happy to have David on the selection committee as well, and he has been a great help, and I know you guys are also planning a mock ICANN board meeting. So that's the collaboration that we have, and that academy is really for use for not well we have half from around the region in Asia Pacific. So David's team. The other one is, of course, the ICANN meeting. I spoke about the next to APAC since David helped me run it. Okay, no, we work together on it. So, that we have up to 20 youths that it's in the process of being selected for this. So that's what ICANN APAC Hub and what I am preoccupied with these days. What my last words are these. Beyond some of this silo, and of course we have a lot of interaction points, there is a need for continuity. So these are not just one-off programs. We hope to, if possible, replicate some of these programs, and as far as possible, to get the good attendees or good participants, all the participants, to get them involved in future activities. So it's not a one-off thing that you get it done and then you forget about IG, ICANN, Net Mission, and AprIGF. What I want to stress here, which is my third point, I'm sorry, I mentioned in 2 points, is the need for continuity. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelvin. Look, it's an honor to be here in this group. I really appreciate the work that that's being done to bring youth, to bring this audience, this participation into these processes. I can't underestimate or overstate how valuable this is and how important. So really, congratulations to you all for being here and doing this. A few words about me. I thought I might just mention a bit from the past because I might be one of the oldest people here. But I started using computers in about 1980. I was lucky enough to have access to a computer then, and within a few years was using networking as well, and then the internet by 1990 or so. And back in those days, these were things that you could never learn in school because the teachers knew nothing about it. And so it was a matter of learning by getting to know people, learning by making friends, learning by interacting. And of course, when the internet came along, it kind of exploded. It exploded that. But I don't think that in that sense much has changed. I think there's a lot more to know these days. There are a lot more people involved. It's a lot more complicated. I mean, back when I was a kid, it was possible to be a computer expert. There's no such thing anymore. I mean, you can't be a web expert unless you've got a brain the size of a planet. It's so much huger and more complex. And I really think the challenge of bringing people together and networking and learning from each other is still as big as it was then. It's as important as it was then. And I wish that when I was a kid, Net Mission was around to do the sort of visionary stuff that you're doing, because it's really it's fantastic. It's something that will only help to grow and accelerate the community that you've got here. And so back then there weren't too many rules about the internet or about networking. I was one of my early and most sort of inspiring experiences in my mid-20s actually was going to Brazil for the UN Conference on Environment and Development. We were involved with a team that was teaching networking, text-based networking back then, and installing the first internet connection in Brazil. Now that was not regulated at all. And things are regulated more now, but I still think the teachers and the regulations are way behind where you all know things are. So, you know, rules are there to be challenged, sometimes broken, but at least challenged. And it's better to ask forgiveness than it is to ask for permission, if you understand that. And I think that's something that I probably don't need to tell you, and I think it's what this interaction should be all about. And for quite a few years now, I've been part of APNIC, which is part of the internet sort of administrative governance framework. So we allocate IP addresses. We serve a technical community. We've always had a dedication into what I mean. We used to simply call it training and education, but these days it's actually capacity building, which is a much sort of deeper term about the assistance that needs to be given to people, to all of us, the assistance to learn, not just the information itself, but the opportunities to learn as well. And it is just as important as it ever was. The internet, as it's been described as an arena of public competition, vigorous, ruthless public competition, but a lot of private collaboration. And so again, the building of capacity and the building of the network itself, the capacity to build a network is a matter of collaboration. And so at APNIC, we actually do try to bring youth into our capacity building. We've got fellowship programs, and we've got more recently youth targeted fellowship programs to the meetings that we have, and we hope that we're doing our little bit. But I also hope that you don't, no one feels you need to wait for that permission or necessarily wait for that assistance. I'm really inspired by the involvement of a lot of young people in the internet governance scene, because again, you people know more about what's going on than your parents do. Critical. In my role here, the chair, I'd like to point out that there are no age limits on anyone can join and is able to and welcome to join, and so I'd ask you to bear that in mind. And as Kelvin said before, I mean, those the ideas that we saw before about the inspiration for youth can be augmented with contribution and that Kelvin mentioned. Look, that's probably enough from me. I'm here sort of more to listen, I hope, than to speak. So that's just a few thoughts. Thank you very much.
And we also got remote participation, remote speakers, Bianca. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I'm sorry I cannot be there. Nice to meet you. I'll give you a bit of my background and kind of like come from an IGF perspective. And we don't have you know, youth programs per se, but I'll tell you a bit of what we're doing and how you can get engaged. And I'll keep it very short and sweet because I don't have a presentation, and I'm sure you'll doze off very soon because you probably. So, you know, my experience with internet governance started with AprIGF, and I also went to ICANN once, but I've been, you know, returning to IGF on a yearly basis. So basically, it started with me going to the Egypt IGF. Quite a long time ago. I'm not going to reveal my age. And it started with something like, hey, you know, there are young people in the conference. And then I think that mindset changed a lot. Over the, you know, last year I was selected as one of the youth representative for the stakeholder advisory council, and that is necessarily putting together the entire IGF agenda. And even with last year and this year, you know, I see a very, very different engagement. Last year, it was only 2 people, other than myself, who was talking about youth. But this year, you know, we see more and more MAG members think youth is very important. And actually, to tell you a secret, actually youth, one of the youth workshops was ranked #1 in the entire internet governance, has 4 steps. And that's basically the same learning process with learning. And then, you know, better understanding, like active participation, and eventually leading. And I think it's momentum. We have all these, the other, you know, stakeholders who just, you know, including APNIC, or I can, we're all like very keen to, and this awareness should turn into a meaningful policy contribution. And for me, what really interests me is, for all the youth there, how do we make internet governance discussion appealing to you? And I think Haley did mention, networking, exposure, being in the industry. These are all different great factors, but that's really something that keeps me awake at night, right, per se, in terms of the youth engagement. So that's something I think which is super important. The other thing is to the same place, ensuring remote participation is important. So that's something that is important for me. And also having these regional and national IGF, for example, the one that you are part, and even in the participating part, right, that I was mentioning. So, as a little summary for me, at least, I'm happy to be your champion if you're willing to learn more about it. I can send you documents. And I know that there are so many resources out there for us to learn. And I think the thing is to ask all of you today, how sustainable and appealing for you so that, we keep doing things that are helpful for you. So, that's kind of like where I think a good discussion should start. IGF. If you're interested to participate, there are a lot of remote participation chances. And the other thing is there will so I think that's another place that would be great for you to shine. And then there's also a youth coalition on internet governance that is ongoing and discuss different. We had a policy address on WSIS plus 10. So, these are the areas that you can participate in. So I'm very willing to listen on, more youth appealing, bring it to the planning of the coming IGF. So I'm very keen to listen to you. So that's my narration for now, and I'll pass it back to you, David.
Hi. Hi. Thank you, Bianca. As you also know, Bianca, not only about how the capacity building should be, I think Bianca is also a very good example of us to how youth can be actively engaged in the internet governance discussion to put your input for the future development of internet. And of the program, we also as Jessica and Joseph. So we pass the mic to you because you also got some planning sessions in yesterday. So I would like to hear more from you to think about how we can move forward from the youth perspective.
Okay, thank you, David. I am Joseph. Then here are some of our proposals that we've had during our workshop that we yesterday. And these proposals may be a bit too far-fetched, so to speak. And in my belief, there is no need for you to. We had the major themes. Next slide, please. We touched on the themes of having local partners and overseas partners in, thank you, with the youth in order to bring about youth engagement that will motivate and empower the youth to become more participative in the internet governance. So in the first proposal, this is based on the context of the Philippines. where we propose having a business organization, a network solution company that would make a network infrastructure project for our country, because what we call our country is dependent on another country's internet backbone. And for this one, this network solutions company will collaborate with other foreign internet service providers so that they can improve the internet service of the Philippines. For the second proposal, the second proposal is a fundraising program based from where we would establish a non-government organization crowdsourcing in, for us to fund programs that is based on the given, or where there is a map of projects around the world that can be funded by local or foreign investors so that these projects may succeed. These projects may include those that would educate the youth of to become more digitally aware or more digitally literate in the internet. Our third proposal is that we would establish a non-government organization where there would be like an early warning system. Much like a good example for this is the early warning system in Indonesia, where when there is going to be a tsunami that is going to approach the shore, there would be an SMS-based messaging platform that would text the citizens near the shorelines to evacuate. In here, it's the data that would be collected would be coming from the citizens, and it would be more relevant to the government officials because they would be able to have an accurate picture of what is happening in the situation that is in that area. So the government or other people can help in solving they're currently facing. They could provide the supplies and the aids and the funding so that there
also that we're going to do is that we wanted to start up a cyberbullying support center. This center allows the victims to share their own stories and also provide them mutual support and solutions. And most important of all is the education materials. Those materials allows the victims and bullies to actually learn from that and will prevent that. And the fifth proposal is that we wanted to have an NGO of English education because we wanted education and also provide an efficiency and effectiveness of use of internet. And the sixth proposal is a reward scheme. We wanted because nowadays that young adults have overused the internet on their mobile phones, the usage, maybe we can give them like rewards or something such as McDonald's or 7-Eleven. And also the next one is the certain goals. Like we can set up a goals and after, for example, the sponsor donate money to rural areas for infrastructure or internet access.
The next proposal is much like what Mr. Kelvin Wong has shown in the picture, where it's more like how the Philippines had held its Youth for IT Convention or Congress. But this one, it is titled Intuition, where it is also a conference or convention public. And its target demographic is the Filipino youth, whose ages are from 15 to 25, and they are the frequent internet users. So here in this conference, we will invite speakers from different parts of the week up about a theme about the internet or various topics on the internet and technology, or where is to raise the digital literacy, the awareness and responsibility of the Filipino youth.
And the next project is bottom up. We wanted to have a TWYIGF, and this main goal is that we wanted, based on the concept of globalization and growth from root. First of all, I'll talk about the localization. It's a combination of globalization and localization. And to increase the participation of youth take part in the internet governance from local to global. And we think that the local internet governance should be the basement, be a sustainable sprint towards internet governance. And that is the reason we established this program. And the second one is growth from root, education to internet governance. Moreover, expand and provide more paths for young participation to make our young people more willing to engage in this field. And this is our suggestion activities. First, we will found a training camp. After people get knowledge from this training camp, they could like give lecture to students, and the student can start up a study group and the research that they're interested in.
That is all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joseph, and also Jessica. I think you already done a very good job on like recapping because I think one mainly mission of the YIGF is like doing the capacity building, but on the other side is how we can move forward and doing actual work in some cyberbullying hotline. I think you should just try to echo to other speakers. When we end, it's not just the end of the program. You should like to bring it forward and to try executing your plans, finding some possible partners, maybe ICANN, maybe APNIC, maybe the other local partners to make it come true. As for now, we're going to the session for discussion. We're open for floor, but beforehand, we also got some remote participation, how we can engage from different stakeholders and also maybe from youth throughout the social media network or even the other platform. We can do better engagement, not only the on-site participation, but also the remote participation. On the following time, we also maybe focus on this area to engage. So I just reading out the remote participation comments. On one is about I can also civil society, smart village, youth of the world in Asia, 400 million. The digital Indian skills development, the internet frameworks aren't open for Asian youth, just for all of you. I'm trying to recap it and in more sense like because for the youth in the Asia region should be of the most of the population of the future internet as well. It's important to having the open resources and open knowledge. We learned about how the internet should be. So I hope I recap it in a proper sense. If not, please. So on the other sense, we move to the fourth question to talk about maybe a few areas that we have already mentioned. For the first one, it will be about on how in the conference and in the internet governance discussion, no matter the rates of direct participation, no, I'm meaning that to like go to the conference and actively participate in person. But on the other sense is how we can engage the youth remotely to the discussion, maybe like social medias or the other the creative ideas from the floor to share with it. And the other is participation and also the continuities problems of not problems, but the issues of how we continuously engage in the discussion. So I think for the other areas, when we talk about not only on capacity buildings, how we can participate and to be willingness to putting input on the discussion. So I would like to open the floor for everyone of you to share a bit on what you think about the issues and the questions. Yeah, you've obviously warmed up. It is common. Okay, before everyone got some more, maybe I share a bit more first. Any comments? And on the other area, the workshop is also about how to make the conference or the discussion more youth appealing. I think it's the third area we can also focus on. For example, in the past discussion in IG about is it possible to put some KPIs not only on the gender balance but also like the youth participation rate to be included in the workshops. It should be like the one way, or the other way is like is there any need of some toolkits or some survival kit for youth or newcomers beforehand to join the conference? This is also the areas we can focus on. I know from the floor is most of you is also from the YHF camp. So I think you can, as the past few days, you also the conference can be more youth appealing, or is there any assistance to be need beforehand on the sense? Or Bianca, I think you can grab the mic to speak a few words, maybe.
Ask, what the youth there, what motivates you or what's stopping you from participating? Like, what do you need?
Have the youth. What really is stopping us from doing or from participating in such internet governance forum is really opportunity. Opportunity to be a participant in such internet governance forum that we may want to events, but somehow there are factors that we need to consider before we can really do join this event. Like, for example, there are some of us here who had to score high mountain and ocean just to get funding to go to Taiwan, to get the plane tickets, to get the visa, to arrange the tour. Jessica would also want to share her experience.
Okay. Oh. From my point of view, I think that the motivation is come from our major, because I don't really study in like some something related to internet. Because I major in internet, I can combine these two and make it better. Because in the future, internet become really important in our daily life in this event.
And here is the voice of the youth from our backside. Let's start with some of our friends or the new friends that we've met during this event. Let's start with Minas.
So hello, I'm Minas. Well, I think I'm quite same as Jessica. Like I'm like really unprofessional, especially in like IT area. I study foreign languages, so kind of like no relation. I think it's really a good opportunity to participate in this event to have other participants from different countries. Well, Philippines, Thailand, Africa, West Africa, and it's also a good opportunity to and gain more knowledges. Yeah.
I'll pass this mic to another friend of mine.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Amo. Uh, uh, Actually, I'm here by chance because I saw a poster was passing by and I saw something internet and me I'm a student in computer science, so I saw internet. Well, it was okay, but when I saw governance, I said, internet governance. Maybe I could. Maybe it will be interesting to try. This is how I and essence of internet governance forum in the it was possible to have like some clubs, the universities. Maybe it will allow more young people to join the different conferences. For example, I saw the guys from Filipino. I think they can, when they go back, they invite other schools to start a club about, like, I don't know, YGF club, and talk about your experience here, talk about some issues you discuss here. And I think this kind of thing can people to the in the topic and also allow more people to participate. I met others, country mates from we talk. They say that is the maybe one of the professor talked or they saw it also in a poster. But if it was like a small organization, they can help. The problem you mentioned, like applying the visa and all those stuff, and also give more insight about the different issues. So can add about why I joined and what young people need to partner. Thank you. Is good. Maybe you can continue to actually it's a good approach because for all the workshops it's generally when we they invite the young people to talk. It's strange, but local people, Taiwanese or other young people, they are not, maybe they are afraid. I can understand that sometimes to speak up in front of important people, VIPs, but I think your approach is good. Actually, you should invite people. You don't have to be afraid to to say something bad because
Yes, I am roommate of Amo and information management. Actually, this came for me is very significant to me because it's our connect with uh with my major, and when I will attend this campaign, I think my professor told me that he have a email of this and he forward to me and he want and gather all kind of information and prepare for kind of little presentation for my professors. And so actually working in computer center, very problem in our center. We are very hard to know what we should do or what we shouldn't do. It's all kind of activities and all kinds of workshops. It let me know a lot about this kind of how we can balance these. And so I think it's a very great experience for me to be here. I really learned a lot and thank you all.
Thank you for the question. We got Bianca as well to speak a few. Bianca, you got the mic.
Why you're coming. The other thing I want to emphasize is, there tend to be, oh, there's like an official, there, people who are more like powerful or whatever, or, they're more experienced. And I think it's just said, don't be afraid, and is to mingle with other participants there. So, see yourself as equal, and you have equal say in all the topics. So that's where I just want to emphasize. That's my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Bianca. And it's also the time for some question or some sharing from your own perspective of why you engage here or how it can be in a better way to have the continuities of your engagement.
Hello, I'm Fanny, and actually, when I touched this topic, I didn't know what is internet governance. I think it's related to like government. So I searched the information about this topic. It's really a new topic for me, and I think after this 5 days, I know about many topic of internet. I think the use new internet very well, but we don't know how to use it to protect us, and so I think this is a really good place for us. It doesn't matter what identity of us, and we can give our opinion of this like so important platform. So it's my own opinion of this. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruby, and I'm really glad to join this 4 days activity because I'm not major in internet also. Yeah, I'm major in management, and I think this is a great chance for me to learn new things, and it's great to listen the workshop topic that I didn't focused before. And I think I got lots of things this day. Thank you. And I'll give my mic to Lydia.
Hello everyone, my name is Lydia and I come to this camp with my friends. And actually, I think this topic is very tough to me because I'm like Jessica, I'm in an international business. And before I came to this camp, no, I come to this camp and I found out that we always use the internet, but we don't really understand the internet to us. We think because we have the like security and privacy, and we found out that we are using internet, but we need to know about these kind of things so we can protect ourselves, not like
Pass back to the panels. Questions?
Yeah, I think this is very interesting, and thanks for your perspectives. But I'd like to ask you to take one more sort of activist step, and could anyone here share a single thought on what you would do, what you would like to see different in the AprIGF so far that you've seen? Is there something that you would just change to make it better for you, or something that is so obvious that that you think we should have thought of it already, or whatever? How would you make it different? Even just one thing. Thanks.
I think probably it would be like the setup of this event. That it's like the setup of this event is just like we are the audience just watching a panel, and it seems that we're not really engaged in the panel discussion. I think it would be better if it's like a round table, that where each person has access to a microphone or can speak up their voice, just to say a comment or a remark or a suggestion or their opinion about what is being said during the panel discussion.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Marcus Kummer. I was the head of the IGF Secretariat for the first 5 years, and I also participated at a youth camp that was seeded the first Asia-Pacific Regional IGF in 2010. I always appreciated interacting with young people. It keeps us elder people young if you have fresh ideas. And I would like to pick up on what Bianca said. Don't just mingle among yourselves, but mingle with the other participants, and don't be afraid to approach them. They actually quite like that, to be approached by young people and to exchanges. And I would like to pick up on your suggestion. Maybe it might be helpful to have that kind of session right at the beginning, maybe a session with speakers, so that the youth IGF get to know the other people and feel maybe a little bit less shy to approach them. And yes, definitely, I enjoyed the last bit of this session much better than the first. Excellent panelists, but the interactive bit makes it actually more exciting. Thank you.
Thank you. Indeed, is GN, you got something to also share a bit?
So just answering what Bianca said about participation. Actually, I started my IGF like 3 years ago in 2013. I was just a secondary school student, so I wasn't majoring in anything, and joined this competition organized by Asia, and wrote research on cyberbullying. And because of that, I was able to go to IGF in 2013. But the feeling that you get like being a secondary school student and going to IGF with all these, like you said, VIPs and all those people makes you feel like your opinion isn't that credible or something. So even though I've been in like IG discussions for 3 years, I still find it quite difficult to interact and all that. But I just want to show that so even if you just been to like this IGF, doesn't mean that it's going to stop here, because Like I said, I've been here for 3 years, and I started as a participant. Now I'm an organizer, and now sitting here as a panelist instead of just a normal attendant. So that's just what I want to say.
Thank you, Jian. Maybe we open up the floor for the last one. We got Eris and Amon. Okay, Amon and then Eris maybe.
Okay, just to say that and to participate more, I think that it's good to be prepared, because if you are not prepared, it's more difficult to really engage in the different topics. I understand that the day zero, this is I think that this is the objective of the day zero, but I don't, for someone who is like really a beginner, a novice, I'm not sure that one day is enough for to really know like what will happen. That's why I really want to emphasize about the role of the local organizations, like in universities, if it's possible to have people there, at least one person to prepare their classmates to the different YIGF. Thank you.
Race for the record. Yeah, it's first of all the organizers. It's really, this is really a big thing we're in. The youth starts start being engaged with IG in a very young age. It's based on experience. It's really hard assimilated in a way with all of the topics that you would be covering and you would be encountering. When I started not really way back, but just a couple of years, it's really overwhelming on my part. And I admit that up to now that I've been engaged fully, it's really still hard for me to be, be into it, because some of which are not really familiar. But because of this, really helps a lot of the youth to be really engaged at a very young age. Nicers for that, and as a suggestion, not really a suggestion, but youth, start small, start little, because those little things that you would be stepping on can be, later on be geared towards big things. So that's it. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. So I just for some recap on the discussion, to passing some few words among ourselves. I think for the whole internet governance discussion is not need to have some permission on or some orders from the other ones or from the big shark to naturally speak. Is one and every stakeholders to actively engage in a discussion. Yeah, the internet users of nowadays, I think it is important to get everyone involved and actively participate in it. On the other sense, it's about to think from the perspective from like for everyone of us to think about it. On the sense is for the workshop today, we talk about how we're taking stock from the past experience and how we can move forward. To move forward is how we can contribute to how we can think about the settings or like Joseph has just mentioned about the room settings can be more like round table and to be actively engage everyone. This kind of think more from our own perspective to contribute to the whole development of the internet. So again, thanks everyone for joining this workshop. Round of applause for everyone, and I will close the session here. And our session will be continues online, and for next year we also like to see everyone to be engaged and applying for.